table. First of all, short instructions about the stream. Please, I need your phones. Okay, guys. So short instruction before we start. Please, when
I've played there a few times. Quite a nice one in Milan, but nothing like the quality and size here at Banco Casino. Just to give you an idea, one of the upcoming tournaments in November, the Polish Poker Championship could well get over 5,000 entries. So trying to accommodate that kind of amount of players is incredible. And the festival at the mid to end December has a main event guarantee of 500,000. So the amount of runners there, and also around 50 different tournaments through the week. So Banco Casino able to deal with very large numbers. And here we go on our first hand. Quite a spread of chip stacks. We've got 1.75 million. Nicholas, the short stack in seat 9. And the big stack, Martin, in seat 5 from Austria. So the Austria are 1 and 9 in terms of our chip stacks and various amounts in between. Blinds still quite reasonable, 81.60. That means our short stack, who is on the big blind at the moment, Alex Pesci from Italy with a pair of 8s, Chinese aces. Need to get those chips over the line, my son. Over the line, not your side. Normal poker rules apply. Now, how does Nicholas like his King 2 suited? He's got 1.4 million in front because he's doing the big blind and the ante. So he started with 1.75, but 320 is in. He's getting a stare down by Alex. The stare down works. The Italian stallion look from Alex Pesci in seat 6 takes down our first pot. He's fairly short stacked. I think he's kind of equal 6th, 7th, 8th, just above Nicholas Kovac. Not a good start for the short stack to be in the big blind, but that's how it was drawn. Next hand. Nice ace king under the gun for David. So he'll be raising here. And probably won't take too many prisoners if he gets 3-bet from around the table. Got a decent stack, 4.8 million. He's 4th in chips at the moment. Looks like 325, so just over the min raise. Often seems to follow these final tables here at Banco that people pretty well always do 2x or just over. Twice the big blind. King Queen there on the button was the only hand that might have played back at him. A little bit of TV time for Nicholas. He's not calling with 10-2. The Doyle Brunson hand that won him the Main event in the World Series of Poker in Vegas many years ago. Famous hand. In fact, I think he won it twice with 10-2. So it really is quite a famous hand. But this time, not a good idea to get involved. Two to the flop. Jack 7 suited against Queen 8. Queen 8 in the hijack with the spade draw. And not a lot here for Diego in seat 7. But got the... he had the flush draw. Queen of spades, I apologise. And the Jack 7 folded. King, Queen in seat 2 with David Urban on the small blind. Facing a raise by Ivan in seat 8 with the Queen Jack suited. How's he going to play this? I think he's got all 3 options, really. There was a King Queen earlier, made a good fold with the David's own Ace King raise, but this time David's decided to fight back. It's a big 3-bet. And I think Ivan will have to put down his Queen Jack. It's a very big 3-bet, 1.1 million, 750k just to call, which is not quite committing all his stack, but 1.1 million out of 4.8, 25% of his stack has gone in. Does Ivan see that as weakness, though it's such a big 3-bet? Wow, this is interesting. He is calling with Queen Jack suited. Not necessarily in the playbook, this one. Let's see what happens, though. Does not want to hit his Queen. Doesn't, and the King of Hearts is leading, but he is out of position. So this is David's issue here on the small blind, up against the hijack. He hasn't got much more than a pot behind him. 3.7 million and the pot 2.5 million. If he does a weak bet and gets raised, he has to fold. If he checks, he's showing weakness. If he bets strong, he will probably get it through, but he doesn't know that. Very tricky spot now. He didn't raise to get called. But let's see the quality of his heart. It's smallish. If I was the other player, it says weakness to me. But he just has nothing to fight back with. So David picks up a very, very useful 1.4 million pot. Well played. And we've got a shove here. 2 shoves. That's interesting. So we've got an early shove with the ace king from our short stack Nicholas. And then, no, sorry, the cutoff. Ace king against ace jack. And Nicholas in seat 1 against Nicholas in seat 9. There's 2 Nicholases. I was right the first time. Nicholas raised all in and Nicholas called all in. So it's not a great call with ace jack, to be honest. I know he's relatively short stack, but he hasn't really got enough information about the short stack in seat 9 and possible split pot possibilities here. A 5 will give them a split pot. There it is. The ace jack survives, and the poor short stack, other Nicholas, is nodding his head. Can't believe that that's worked out to be a split pot. But there you go. That's poker for you. Again, ace jack this time all in rather than the ace king. We'll get respect from the last hand. Unless someone wakes up with a monster. David on seat 2 thinking about it with his pair of 5s. He has 6 million. Be about a quarter of his stack to call. And he's got 3 players behind him. No, I think the wise option is to fold there. Now we're on to the blinds. We haven't seen much so far from Dekel in seat 4, our Israeli friend. And we're round to the big blind. We also haven't seen Martin Lechner, our chip leader from Austria. Oh no, he may call with ace-9, but makes the more sensible decision to fold. I think against the short stack, ace-9 is not a great call, even if he can afford it. So I think everyone played that hand pretty well. Big hand here for seat 3. Lorenzo all in with the aces. You're just praying someone's got a big enough hand to call you. Doesn't look like they do. So the original Queen 8 raise. Asking for a call. Needs a short stack though. And David decides to fold. Lovely hand there for Lorenzo. Italian was one of the shorter stacks. Good timing to have aces after a raise. Picks up a bigger pot than just the blinds. Picks up nearly $1 million. So he's up to about 3 million now. And we still have 9 players here at the Tana Delle Tigri in Banco Casino in Bratislava. Do put any questions in on the YouTube channel. We'll do our best to answer them. Who's your favourite? I'm sure there'll be lots of Italian fans watching. Bratislava. Do put any questions in. We've got ace queen this time. Better hand than the ace jack. Shoves again. That's the 3rd time Nicholas Kovac has shoved. Austrian. He almost wants the call to double up with the ace queen. Will our Israeli friend call him? He will not. Nothing so far. Nor will the small blind. So only the big blind ready to get through. And he folds as well. So picks up another pot. And there we see our chip stacks. Not a massive change from the start of this final table. down to Lorenzo, who raised with aces last time, folds his 5-3 and 8-4 goes in the muck from Decal. Our chip leader, Martin, decides to open up his range. Pair of sixes in the cutoff. Very reasonable hand, only 3 players to get through. But Diego's got the ladies. Pair of queens. Working out his bet. Is this a flat call? Wow, this is a very interesting way of playing queens. He is out of position, and that has brought in the ace-4. So Martin, fairly unlucky really. He's up against queens and an overcard with the ace. So let's see if this is very good play by Diego or foolhardy. And as soon as the ace hits, I think we all know the answer. He has wasted the queens in that position, and Ivan is laughing all the way to the bank. But I love this. 2 checks. Ivan letting our chip leader and original raiser put some more chips in. That may even bring Diego back in, or he may feel that the original raiser, that Martin has the ace. Of course, Ivan is only losing to an ace queen, possibly an ace jack. Love this, just 170 flat call. So Ivan, by checking there, gets two bets in, small bets, but gets 2 in. Oh no! Has this worked out for Diego? He's hit full house of queens and checks it. Martin, of course, with the sixes, checks as well. Now the tick box is in Diego's hands. He's bet checking again. This is a very interesting play. Are we going to do, because the flush is there as well? I think I'd have wanted a bet there. And the full house is shown, and Ivan shows his ace. But to be honest, slow played it himself. So I think that's some very, very strange play for someone to win quite a big pot. Arguably, they all played it pretty badly, and the queens hit a magic full house. This time raising with the ace-5 in the hijack. And folding his big blind, 10-6 suited. Martin picks up his first pot of the final table. Martin this time with a pair of sixes. Min raises. Round to Ivan on the button. Sitting pretty with aces. I'm sure he won't slow play it like his neighbour Diego did with the queens. This is good. Nice positive 3-bet. 705. Perfect amount for Martin to be able to call and set mine with his sixes. Get away from it if he misses or sees too many bigger overcards. So 385. He's getting value to call. Just. But also has the consideration that he is out of position. Makes the call. So really needs to hit his six here to be able to carry on. There's just so many scary overcards. Especially an ace. Top set now for Ivan. But there's a 9-10 making a straight. There's two clubs. Can't really afford to slow play it too much. I'd like to see a bet of about 400 or 500 here. Protecting the aces, but also trying to get value in for the draw. Don't want it too small. You need to get, I think he has done it quite small. But gets an immediate fold. 300 was the bet, 310, so a bit under what I thought he might do, but enough to take it down. Pair of sevens now. And seek 3, Lorenzo Bosco from Italy. Makes the raise. Under the gun. Very playable ace-10 suited from fellow Italian Alex Pesci in seat 6. Similar stacks. Could play this in a few ways, including folding, which he does. And a snap call with the ace-3 suited from Diego, who got very lucky when he played his queens fairly badly, actually, and got lucky when he hit a full house on the turn. Didn't even bet for value on the river. There was a flush, there was an ace. He may have been behind to a bigger full house, but the way the hand was played, that was very unlikely. So I think he probably played every street as badly as he could and ended up with a 1.5 million pot. Not all about skill sometimes. The luck does play a big part of this game, as we all know. That's why I call myself Lucky JJ online, trying to get that extra 10% luck to run my way, especially in satellites for main events. Some fantastic satellites on the iPoker network for the festival here at Bangkok Casino in November. Fantastic €1,800 packages. 6 nights at the Crown Plaza or AC Marriott next door. 550 main event. Money for your flights and also a hospitality package, wine tasting, trip on the river, maybe the Danube, lots of fantastic events. There's the ace for Diego. He's got lucky again on the turn. It's not a good board for sevens, although with very little betting going on, you may feel your 2 pairs is good here, but the ace is a really bad card. Is he going to slow down? Diego was second in chips when we started. He's probably our chip leader now. Having taken over from Martin Lechner, who, with the glasses on the right, who lost hand when he had a pair of sixes. So you've Diego, not known for throwing his chips around, as we've seen so far. Likes playing small ball poker from the few hands we've seen him play. Let's see if he'll bet for value something. Yep. Obviously a very careful player. So betting for value here. He's got to feel he's ahead, which of course we know he is. Obviously, it's 500,000, 500 into 1.5 million, 3-1, getting 4-1 on your money. Not a great call. You've got the ace, you've got an overcard, 8, and potentially a king, and any pair above 7. So not really value for calling there. Well played, Diego, this time. The slow playing worked out again. Very pretty 8-9 suited, but far too early in position to be raising with. It's the kind of hand you want in late position. An even prettier Jack 10 suited. The ace cracking hand. The hand most likely to beat aces or kings. Making the raise. $330, so just over the min raise. No action so far. Nicholas not been able to get going on seat 1. Local Slovakian player. However, ace 10 may well want to come in here. Seat 3, he's short stacked. Lorenzo Bosco from Italy. Been involved in a few pots already. If he shoves here, he'd probably get it through. Got a decision to make. It's a good shove with ace 10 because it just puts the pressure right back on the original raiser. If he's got ace king, unlucky. But it's a great way of picking up a pot with the raise. I think he may just be calling though. Playing it carefully. So we've got 900k in the pot. Ace 10 against Jack 10 suited. With the Jack 10 in position. And 2 pairs for the original raiser. Alex should be batting this really. Don't know if they know each other, Lorenzo and Alex. Looks like a min bet. Indeed it is, 160. How's Lorenzo going to feel about his ace kicker and his gut shot draw? Queen will give him a straight. The ace may play, and it's cheap enough to find out. Peels off 1. Nothing wrong with that, I think, with this hand. And there's the queen for the Broadway. Now our original raiser, Alex Pesci, in real trouble. Finding out how much he's got, looking at his stack. And he's not folding the Broadway. If he's losing to kings over queens or most likely hand, possibly jacks over kings, maybe. So it's got to be. There's only 3 hands he's losing to. How's he going to play the river? Both played this very carefully, but you're not going to fold Broadway. Let's see if he can get some value from it. I think he's shoved. Yeah, 1.7 million. He underplayed his Broadway on the turn. How is Alex Pesci going to read this? A check and a shove. Could be weak. It's often seen as a weak play, which is why it's a very good play and when you have it. I mean, he's losing to any king, any queen. The ace 10. He's losing to king queen. So it's there's a lot of some combinations of someone who would call a hand may have. It's a pretty strong play at the end with all your stack, knowing you can be called. I think he'll work it out and have to fold his hand. Won't want to, but may not have a choice. And still deliberating as to what to do. So he'll be crippled if he does call and gets to see the bad news. Hero calls are always interesting, but I think this is on the thin side of a hero call. He's got third pair. But the way it's been played, it does indicate it could be a bluff. The check on the turn, and then an all-in, and that's his problem. Not sure what I'd do here. It's quite a tricky spot. And he does call. He's going to get the bad news. And loses a very big part of his stack. He now is gasping for air. And I think we're going to go into a break soon for our chips to be sorted out and chip race done to get the smaller ones out, because our blinds will go up to round figures any minute, and only 270k, not even 2 big blinds now in front of Alex, who's going to be on the big blind in 2 hands time. Well, 1 hand's time. So we may lose our 9th place finisher quite soon, perhaps before the break, where the chip race will occur. Be a 15-minute break. These breaks often surprise us on the screen, including me. So nice to have a bit of warning. Thank you, SpadePoker TV, for that. Much obliged. But he does have a big hand to get his chips in with. Ace-Queen suited. I think he'll get a call from Ivan in seat 8 with the Ace-10. Now, anyone got a shoving hand to take Ivan out of it? Seat 9 thinking about it. Niklas, nope, not with a 7-8. In fact, I apologise, it's a 3-bet from Ivan. I thought he just called it. So he has in fact raised to 425. Bit of protection there. Other Nicholas, nothing. Nor David. Round to Lorenzo. And so Ace-10. At the moment, Alex looking pretty with the Ace-Queen suited. But he is the player at risk. So if Ivan hits his straight or hits his 10, we say goodbye to Alex Pesci. Oh, there's the ace. Only a 10 really for Ivan. The queen is playing at the moment. And a 2 for a split pot. Are we going to see a second one? We are not. So nice little double up there for Alex. Not really back in the game. And we are going to be on a 15-minute break, guys, while we do a chip race. See you back very soon.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gonna get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. get your ass out the house. She said, don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Welcome back, everyone, after that short break. Still 9 players here at the FT of the Tana Delle Tigri, the popular Italian. And we've got an all-in 2 million with a king-queen offsuit by Nicholas the Austrian. Nicholas the Slovakian folds. Comes round. Not sure any of these hands are going to be calling. Round to the blinds. Possible call with ace-5 against a short stack. Trouble is, it's a big part of his stack, so Martin, our other Austrian, has to fold. Lovely raising hand, 8-9-7 suited. Not a lovely calling hand. But he is our short stack, very short. Only got 540k. May feel it's an opportunity. It will be more than a double up because of the blinds. I like this. It's a good gambling hand. He's got 2 live cards. They're suited, connected. I think this is as good a spot as any. Let's see if it works out for him. And he's hit his 7, top pair. Now Nicholas in sink 9, drawing to a king or a queen. And the king of clubs is now out, so it's 1 less out. Only 15% on the river. And a lovely double up there for our Italian. Like I said before, I think it was a good call with that kind of hand. You've got to get it in sometime, and you've got to double up to carry on. So it's as good a spot as any. You're only up against 1 player. You're likely to be live, and you're suited and connected. So I think it's a strong, positive call. Not good for Niklas. If he had more chips, he can fold. But the chip stack he had, any kind of playable hand, probably made sense to call. So nice double up. Probably similar stack to Nicholas now. Nicholas losing 500,000 there. Blinds have gone up, of course, to 100, 200. We've got rid of the 10,000 chips, and we just have the 50 and 100. The white chips are the 100, and it's all in. Bit of frustration creeping in here from Nicholas with the 10-9 offsuit, 1.2 million. It's only 6 big blinds. I don't think Dekel will call in the cutoff. Not sure he's played a hand yet. A bit frustrating. A frustrated throw of his cards in the muck. This time it will not be a call by the 8-6. And Nicholas picks up a small pot. And now Diego, after slow playing ace and queens, makes a big raise with 10-4 offsuit. He's an enigma, I would say. I've not worked out his playing style at all. If any of you can tell me that you know him or his style, that would be great. And then up on the screen, Q, the Slovak Poker Championship, 200k main event guaranteed for only €200 buy-in. Hot on our heels of this one, and final table is the end of the month. So Slovak Poker Championships, where players from all around the region come together in Bratislava. Plus, of course, the very welcome Israelis who are here for pretty well every tournament. There's a big group of Israelis. They love coming to Bratislava. It's easy for them to get to here and takes their mind off the difficult political situation in Israel-Palestine to be able to just come and play poker and enjoy the fantastic off-the-felt activities here in Bratislava. Beer for €2, fantastic food, a castle, the Danube, wine tasting, axe throwing, all sorts of fun events. Half an hour from Vienna, very attractive part, a couple of hours from Prague. 1.7 million all in from Alex Pesci. And Will Martin call with a suited ace, ace-7 suited. It's a fairly big part of his stack and looks like a very solid player so far, Martin. He has lost a few chips. He started with 7.3 million and is down to 5.3 million. He's had a couple of pairs and been outdrawn on all of them. I think he had aces and then had a raise next to him from David Urban in seat 2 with Queen 8 suited. He raised with aces and didn't get a call. So not had the best of luck so far. Not quite sure what Nicholas Kovac is thinking about here with his 6-9 offsuit in the small blind. But it was blind on blind. And other Nicholas would have been ahead. Raise by Diego, this time with the 6-4 offsuit. Certainly got variety to his game. Not scared about raising. Just played his big hands a fairly interesting way. Diego at it again, this time with a more playable 8-7 suited. Raising to 425, just over the 2x. Nicholas in seat 1 from Slovakia not got going, but I think we're going to see some playback here. Seat 2, David Urban from Slovakia has a pair of 9s. Diego's been raising quite a lot. He would have recognised that. I think we'll see a 3-bet coming in. Though he did call the last one. I think he's only called this one. Queen 2-5, not a bad flop for 9s. Is Diego going to do a c-bet? So far he's done very small c-bets. And this looks like not much difference. Is it 325? 425. Slightly stronger than I thought. So similar to the raise amount. Lorenzo in seat 3 trying to get a read on David in case he comes up against him a bit later in a hand. Lots of studying going on. Oh wow. And he's folded the 9s. Has Diego paid everyone to win this tournament? Because it all seems to be going his way. Whether he has a hand or not, whether he plays it well or not, he's winning every pot. And he's now our soar away chip leader. This is a very bizarre final table so far, guys. I hope you're enjoying it. I certainly am. And I think Diego must have put something in their drinks. I'm not quite sure what's going on. To be fair, I think David gave him that one. Didn't raise with the 9s pre-flop, and then one over card and folds to 1-bet. Just quite a weak play there against someone who's been raising a lot. Dakel folds showing the king and doesn't get any change out of Martin, who shows nothing except give me the chips. Diego with a stronger raising hand this time, king queen offsuit. He's about to meet the ace queen of Nicholas, who will shove with this. 1.2 million. It's a nice shoving hand and may even get called. Anyone else want to come fishing? Not so far. I'll certainly get a call from Diego, unless maybe he'll fold. Maybe he literally will make him the most difficult player to work out that I've ever come across. Yeah, he can't fold. And he's got the bad news. So this could be a nice double up for Nicholas. He's in as good a position as he can be for his short stack. It's just about what you want. Total domination. But the way Diego's been running, nothing would surprise me. Good so far. There's a backdoor flush for Diego. Spade or a king? There's the spade. Are we going to see a flush? Any king, any spade. Wow. What an anticlimax. 2.9 million now for Nicholas, so more than he started the final table with. Nice double up there against Diego, who's still got 9 million in front of him. Diego raising with the ace-7 suited and forcing a fold out of ace-9 suited. He's kind of dominating this table, but not because he's playing amazing poker. It's just other players seem to be playing their hands fairly weakly. Let's see if our Italian friend, who hasn't been weak so far, Alex Pesci, let's see what he wants to do with his ace-10. I favour the shove, but he will favour the call. Yep, he has. Trouble with calling out of position is any kind of flop, unless you hit your ace-10 or your top pair 10, you really don't know where you are. So if Diego c-bets this, which he has done consistently, and he takes down another pot, these guys are giving him the 35,000 top prize. Someone, I hope one of their friends will watch this live stream on YouTube and through Banco Casino's website and tell him that Diego does not always have it. Small blind, big blind action. 10-6. Hit bottom pair against the up and down. And backdoor flush of Ivan. Diego testing the market. See what I did there? He's testing his 10-6. 2 pairs now. The queen helpful for his 10. And very weird showdown. Smacking the 10 like it's a queen, which it wasn't. Very strange. This time shoving on the big blind with ace 3 suited against Martin's raise with a king 10 of hearts. Martin really not able to get going, and he's gone from chip leader to kind of towards the middle of the pack. But we still have 9 players left on this final table. Not a lot of action to report on at the moment, but here comes Diego with a King 10 offsuit. Very, very wide range of raising hands, except premium ones. Nicholas, though, lovely King Queen suited on the button. How's he going to play it? It's in position against Diego, who's got very lucky. I favour a stronger play, and he is shoving. I like this. This is strong play, even though he dominates Diego's hand and would have wanted the action if he saw his hand. Takes out any other opposition. So well played from the previous. Short stack at the table, moving in the right direction. Up on our screens, a banner for the festival coming up at the end of November. Finished last month in Malta. A lot of fun, a lot of sun. Slightly colder here in Bratislava in November. So bring your coat. But it's a fantastic week. 50 tournaments. Lots of packages on all the iPoker platforms. So in the UK, that's Grosvenor and Betfred. We've got PAF, Coolbet, very popular Coolbet in Scandinavia. We've also got some Unibet and Party Poker series. It's on an awful lot of platforms now. Lot of ways of getting here and winning a package or just main event seats worth €550. 500k guaranteed for the main event. Fantastic week run by the ever popular Franca. For those that don't know him, you're missing out. Currently in Iceland looking for Vikings to bring to Bratislava. He never stops. Right. Ivan, slow playing his jacks, but only because there's a queen on board. He's now up and down, but a gut shot for our Israeli friend. and the jacks pick up the pot. Nicholas really looking to get in the action, has not hardly played a hand, just not had any openings, certainly had no hands to call, and getting blinded away a bit. Raise here. With the king jack offsuit. But Lorenzo may not want to get rid of a suited ace. Mainly called rather than re-raised, but he's on the button, got position. Lots of ways of playing this one. Does have two players behind, so doesn't want to raise and then have to fold. That's one of his considerations. Could shove to try and isolate and also to pick up the raise if he feels David is doing this light, which he kind of is, king jack offsuit. Or the other option, which is the conservative option of folding, and nothing wrong with that in this particular case. Dekel, very frustrated, started with 4.4 million and is already down to half that amount. Just not been able to get in the game. 5-6, Martin Lechner from Austria. Certainly knows he's live. Is he playing back? Look at this. As I like to call it, proper poker. Love this play. Got a 5-6 offsuit. And he's saying to David, well, if you've got a big hand, let's hear about it. Really strong play. He's picked up something and feels his 3-bet will be enough. Now, David's turn to see if he can pick up something. I think what Martin's also picked up was the two hands that David has played. He played very weakly and just folded on one bet on the flop. Doesn't mean he'll fold this one, but I think that's the reason Martin has raised, apart from he's very much playing the player, has noticed how weakly he's played his hands so far, and is betting accordingly. Let's see if David bends over or utters a warlike cry, beats his chest, and gets his chips in. I think he's gone all in. So that's lovely. Very good play by both players, I think there. Great attempt by Martin, and David decided that he was indeed playing the player. Maybe the weak play earlier was part of a long-term strategy. Who knows? But well played by the Slovakian in seat 2. Pair of ducks for Nicholas, doesn't like it and folds. Same hand that he raised with before, but he's in a different position now. Doesn't deter him. Min raised to 400 with a king-jack offsuit. Obviously a hand he likes. Didn't back down on a 3-bet earlier. And finally, we have our Israeli friend who's come to the party. Shoves. Seat 4 with queens. Big hand here against king-jack. So David's got to consider, yes, he's a short stack, but he has literally not played a hand. So what kind of hand is king-jack beating? And the answer, truthfully, is very few. In this case, he is drawing to a king. I think he will fold. It's too much. Yep, good fold. And Dekel finally plays a hand and finally takes it. Shows his queens and gets the knock on the table. Well played, sir. Interesting point in our stream, live on YouTube and through the Bratislava, the Banco Casino website. A few friends coming in. Evening, Richard White, over in Wales. Prize money, Rado's asked. Well, good question. I'm sure we'll have a graphic of the prize money very soon. The top prize is 35k. I will organise that for you as soon as possible. Ace-5 suited, making the initial raise. Don't think Diego is going to have too much truck with that. He's got the ace-jack. Looks like a very strong 3-bet coming. Really got a very interesting style, and I cannot quite work it out. It's just so random that not clear, but this 3-bet should get through. Can't really call with ace-5 suited. Lorenzo looks like a very considered player. Is not going to put in more than a third of his stack with a small suited ace. Again, what is he beating? Losing to any pair and pretty well any ace. That's exactly what Diego's got. This is a good 3-bet and it should work. So a couple of other things that have come in the live chat in our excellent stream by SpadePoker TV. How many days are planned for the final table? From Piosco, well, this is the final table of 9, and we will play to the winner. So don't tell me we're staying up to see the winner today. Well, all final tables, pretty well, of every tournament maybe except the 10K World Series of Poker final, is played in one evening or one day. So yes, it's the blinds have not really crippling anyone yet, and we still have 9 players. Both short stacks have doubled up, and that's just the way it is so far. But you often see 1 or 2 players coming out at the same time. This time, Nicholas with a pair. He's under the gun, and he only has 9 big blinds. He's in the danger zone, and goes all in with his 1.8 million. Pair of sevens. Lorenzo with the ace-9 offsuit. He's got too many players behind him being under the gun. I don't see him calling. He's been folding these kind of hands earlier, and indeed folds this one. Any premium hands about. Decal played 1 pot, won it. That's all you can ask for in this game. Around to the button. No, not quite. Now we're on the button. The big blinds, the small blind, big blind left. And he's got a pair of 5s. This is dangerous if he wants to get involved. Getting a count. About double his stack in total. A pair's a pair in this game, but worst case you're going to be flipping up against ace, queen, ace, jack, that kind of hand. And if he does have a pair, it is likely to be over the 5s. So he doesn't need to risk here, but I think he's going to. No, I think the right place to fold. He's done well. He's doubled up, increased a bit more. I think he knows it's a gamble. Slovakia and Austria on the border of each other. Vienna only half an hour away. And we do not see a battle. Well played. Nicholas the First. In our stream, Rado, who I don't know, says, chat, it's card dead. A, not a performing monkey, mate. B, I don't like commentating in poker when there's nothing to say. If it's relatively card dead, then that's what it is. Don't like just talking for the sake of it. I'm not sure anyone wants to hear someone talk a load of rubbish when you're here to watch the final. So I will commentate when I think there's something to say. I've learnt that from cricket. My love of sport, one of the best commentators in the world, did exactly that. If he had nothing to say, he said nothing. And I am the same. That's the end of the conversation on that one. But thank you for all your comments, guys. It's very useful to hear from you. And we've got a good few hundred watching us at the moment. And Dekel gets it in with ace queen, but he's up against kings of Martin, who also gets it in. I'm talking about this one. We've finally got 2 big hands facing each other. It's our first kind of big one where you just don't know where it's going to go. King's obviously big favourite. Dekel not going to like what he sees. Martin needs to avoid an ace. Big pot now, biggest pot of the final table so far. An ace from space anywhere? Not so far. We all know it comes on the river. Everyone knows that the ace comes on the river. I mean, everyone called Dekel. We could be down to 8 players with our first player out, and we are indeed. So the kings hold up. Nice hand there for Martin. And Dekel eliminated, if I can get my teeth in, eliminated in 9th spot. Says goodbye to everyone. They are actually a lovely bunch, the Israelis that come over. One promoter brings them all over to most events. And We have 8. There's our. See, we asked for payouts. You asked for payouts, and there it is. 35,000 for first place, and 4,800 being the place for ninth. Next out, 5,600. Bit more elbow room for the table. And there's our chip leader, Diego, who has more than doubled up since we started. Martin now doubled up to 6.9 million. And our short stack, Mr. Pesci, 6 blinds. And also Nicholas in seat 1, under 10 blinds, despite picking up the previous pot. So all to play for in this Tana Delle Tigri final. We've got a Go Martin by Alexander Wödel. I'm assuming with that surname you are Austrian as well. Obviously very popular. A lot of Austrians come and play cash here at Banco, not just the tournaments. There's a couple of regular people I know who come down just to play cash. And that's because of some of the amazing benefits, the bonuses. You hit a big hand in cash, you get immediate cash payouts. You play 6 hours of cash in a 24-hour period, you get a free hotel worth over €100, either here at the Crown Plaza upstairs or next door at the AC Marriott. Fantastic value at Banco. Hijack folding to the inevitable Diego raise. Not a lot of action there. We've had our big moment, the ace queen against the kings, and Martin doubling up. Been losing our first player from Israel, Dekel, for 4,400. So we've now seen our payouts: 35 up top, 19 for second, 14 for third, 10-8 fourth, 9-3 and 7-8. So not huge jumps. Probably be a deal down with the last 2 or 3. If there were 3 left, There will be about 70,000 in the pot. They have to keep 10%, 7,000. So that would leave 63. They'd all get at least 20,000. Not to be sniffed at. I wouldn't mind getting 20,000 for this commentary, but my boss at Banco Casino tells me there's no budget. That's life, I guess. But there is a budget for Ace King of Nicholas in the hijack. This is a rash move with the King 7 suited under the gun. Very early for a shove, and I think he's going to get some bad news here. Nicholas is in no way folding this. It's just a matter of whether he shoves or calls. Don't want to be calling with Ace King. And he has indeed shoved, trying to get protection for it. And that's a lot of kings out there. We should see our 8th place finisher for our viewer, Piosco. Thank you very much for the kind words, sir. But I know you want it over tonight. It will be over tonight, or maybe in the early hours of the morning. We will see. So I think Mr. Pioski is going to see the bad news and can't even get a split pot possibility. Needs to hit a 7 or running spades. Now, great card for him, up and down, as well as a 7. Any 7, any 10, any 5. And there's a 5 for the straight. Wow. Look at that. Double up. King 7 against Ace King. Just tells you this game can sometimes be. And I understand the frustration there of Nicholas. He's going to feel really unlucky. So the early shove with the King 7 somehow rewarded. I'm sorry, Piosco, but we are not down to 7 players yet. Not sure what the tournament director is doing. What time did we start? We started at about an hour ago. No, it was 2 hours ago. At 10 past 7 local time. It's now 10 past 9. I guess we'll be going. I don't know whether we're going to a break soon or not. I'll find out. Diego not raising. For once with a strange variable hand. Good job, because Ivan. What? No, it wasn't Ivan with aces. What happened there? Okay. I think this is where we've got a glitch. I think Diego has the aces in seat 7. Sorry, Ivan. I think Ivan has the aces, and our graphics has gone slightly wrong there. It was the wrong way around. So they graphics gave Diego the aces, but in fact it was Ivan who picks up no resistance and takes it down. A frustrated Nicholas, losing with ace king against king 7, decides to shove with ace 8. That's 2.5 million chips. That is under the 10 big blind mark. So understandable, both the frustration and perhaps the raise. Round to the blinds. Is anyone going to call? Well, Mr. Pesci has a similar amount in chips and a pair of sevens. I think he knows he's going to be flipping if he does get his chips in. He's got it in good and he's got it in bad. This time he folds. And what is Diego Testa going to do? He's got the same problem, really. He's got a low middling pair. May well be winning, but even if he's winning, it's a flip. However, he also, unlike Alex Pesci, he can afford it. 2.2 million out of 11 is pretty good, and he's here to win the tournament. And I like this. This is good, aggressive play. And sixes always hit a set. Again, all poker players know that. Fours and sixes always hit sets. So it won't matter about the 2 overcards of Nicholas. It's obviously what's going to happen. I think we all know that. Apart from this particular flop. So top pair for Nicholas and a gut shot for Diego. So he is not out of it at all. 2 pairs now. Same, doesn't make any difference. Needs a 6 or needs a 7. This time he doesn't, and Nicholas, having lost an unlucky one, wins a nice double up to 5.4 million. Nicholas with the short stack, 1.8 million. Only got 6 big blinds and has a very playable king-queen suited. Gets his chips in. Only way of playing this hand with this stack. He really needs a call and needs a double up. It's all very well picking up the blinds, but it only would take him to about 8 big blinds. So much better to get a call and a double up. But this time just picks up the blinds. Diego with a solid pair of 7s on the button, raising. Ivan folding an ace-9 on the small blind. Chips in and folds a reasonable ace. Okay. Like I say, everyone's giving Diego chips. Only time he's had all his, well, been at risk with a pot, he lost. Every other time he's won because people have given up. Or he got very lucky with the queens when he was well behind the ace-5 of Ivan. Hit his queen on the turn. Ivan on the button with king-queen suited. Good hand, good position. Nicholas folding small blind of king-8. How's our short stack going to do? He's on the big blind. He looks down. He sees a bad hand. He probably folds. He knows he's live, and that's about it. Could be up against an overpair, though. No, it's not the time, not the hand. Martin raising with the 8-9 suited. A fairly recent double up for him. But I don't think Diego's going to let this go. King, queen, offsuit in the big blind. Out of position, so I favour a 3-bet. But he has been calling more than 3-betting, so I'm expecting, as has happened, a call. Not a great flop for either player. Gut shot draw for Diego, but Martin is likely to 3-bet this, repping the ace as our original raiser. Has quite a strong table image. Quite a small bet, though. Is David. So I don't know if you remember the hand about half an hour ago. David raised with King Jack offsuit. Martin re-raised. Very strong 3-bet with 6-5 offsuit. And David shoved on him for another 2 million. And Martin snap folded. So here we are again, a battle between these two. As we say in England, when two players start matching up and playing lots of hands together, we tell them to get a room. So 4-5. There's 2 hearts there for Martin, flush draw, and still the gut shot for Diego. Oh, yeah, doing the old how many chips do you have? What's your stack? So he bet the flop, and now he's improved on the turn. Should definitely be betting the turn. And David may need to fold this. May not have a choice. He's repping the ace. He's betting it. This is good poker by Martin. Let's see if David has got any kind of read on him, like he did before in many ways. No, I think that went to course. Very well played, Martin. These are the interesting hands when there's 3 over cards and neither player is anywhere near. This comes down to strength of mind and bravery. Well played, David. Not backing down. Takes a useful pot with a poor hand. And all in from Nicholas in the cutoff with a pair of 7s. Call with a king jack. We have a flip. So pot of 4.3 million. Nicholas the first in seat 1 at risk, and Nicholas the 9th. And 3 7s will do it. Virtually No outs for our Austrian Nicholas. And there it is, the 100% tick. Full house, just to rub it in. So nice double up there for our short stack, and we carry on. And Lorenzo now with a shoving stack under 2 million with big blind at 300k. So literally the 6 big blinds. And he will be aware of that. Martin pushing with Jack 8 suited on the small blind, putting pressure on our short stack. And he gets it in. Wasn't sure what he was going to do. Looked down, saw the aces, still wasn't sure. Shoved. Bad timing for Martin with the Jack 8 suited. He's met the beautiful hand when someone shoves in front of you of aces. Let's see if they hold. Any jeopardy on the flop. Luckily, Martin can afford it, but still never a good feeling to shove and get snapped by aces. Should be a double up here for Alex in seat 6. And no danger on this flop so far. Running spades, maybe. Not much else. Possible running straight. Both running spades and running straight. Any 9, any spade. Martin could absolutely crush the aces here. Close. A black card, but not a spade. Double up there for Alex. That was a fantastic turn. He actually opened the world. It was pretty well the only card that gave him both draws, and almost felt unlucky. But of course, he was well behind from the start. Nicholas the ninth, shoving with ace queen. This time, that's about 12 big blinds. So didn't need to shove, but it's the right kind of hand. 8-handed. You don't want to call with king jack and that kind of hand. So nothing wrong with that. Hand like jack 10, you don't want to see that one either. So well played, nice raise, and picks up the blinds. Well worth picking up. Over 700k in the pot. This may be a hand that Lorenzo goes with. King 10 offsuit. Only got 6 big blinds. Even if he gets called, it's a hand. King 9, King 10 plays quite well. And also hands like ace 9, etc. not necessarily going to call a shove. Hands like king jack, king queen also may not call. So it's not a bad hand to get your chips in with a few players behind. But we have a call from Diego. Can't see his hand yet. Could be anything. I've given up working out this guy. Oh, okay, no. He raised. Okay. I missed that one. I didn't see a raise. I thought he called. Oh, of course, he was the first to raise. So, yeah. Took it down. Raise with the King 8 offsuit. Could be lucky if no one has a hand. And is short stack having to make moves here. No longer the shortest stack on the table. That honour goes to Lorenzo with only 4.4 big blinds. Right up to Diego with 34 big blinds. A lot in between 10 and 20. We will start to lose players soon for those that want an early finish. The blinds are starting to kick in against the stacks. And in the next 2 rounds, I'm sure we will see 2 or 3 players gone. Blinds already 150, 300, and most players with around the 15 big blind mark. Diego raising with the ace-jack. Just the blinds to get through. One is our short stack Lorenzo. A playable 9-6 suited, but doesn't want to risk it. Waiting for a better hand. Martin with 8-7 offsuit. He's been one of the more aggressive players, although he looks like an online player. Let's leave it there. Looks like he spends more time indoors than outdoors. Diego showing his ace. And ace-jack's big enough to show 8-handed. No problem anywhere. King-queen shoving by Martin. Tough spot for threes on the big blind. Called last time with a pair and doubled up, but it's got the more difficult decision. It's for all his stack with a small pair. I have no choice really but to fold, even though we know he was ahead. Problem with a low pair against 2 high cards is the not only hitting the king or queen, but so many counterfeit opportunities. Flop comes 10-10-6, something like that. any 6 means the king will play, and a lot of small pairs get beaten by counterfeit hands rather than the opposition actually hitting their high card. We're on to our next hand. Our short stack will certainly need to get it in soon. Lorenzo. Nicholas started off with short stack, has doubled up since losing his ace king to king 7 suited when it went runner straight. Never a good way of going. Or never a good way of losing anyway. Is this the hand for Lorenzo in seat 3? Again, king 10 suited. Definitely a hand I'd get it in with. He only has 4 big blinds. And he needs to double up. There's no point in just sitting there. Yeah, he does indeed get it all in. It's a small amount to call, though. Not with king 3 suited. Sorry, king 3 unsuited. That's not the hand to call with, and he knows it. Let's see if our blinds have got anything. Well, king queen is certainly a hand to call. Is he going to call or is he going to raise, though? Mr. Pesci shoves to give protection, and king 10 is dominated by king queen. He's not going to like what he sees, Lorenzo. 2 Italians. They're probably from different regions, and they have always been at war with each other in Italy. More internal warfare than external. That's a pretty good flop for king 10 of spades, though. I mean, if you're going to get a flop, any queen, any spade. The 10's no good, though. Give king queen a straight. That's a bit of protection for the king queen. Still a lot of outs. He's got 30%. And the queen hits. That gives him the straight. So double up for Mr. Pesci. Sorry, for Lorenzo against Pesci. The king 10 suited, which I did mention was a good hand to shove with, has actually beaten king 10. So nice double up there for our short stack. Diego back to raising in late position with any two cards. This time 7-5 offsuit. He's got most of them through. However, Nicholas the First, does he have any kind of hand? He's going to show. It's quite hard to show a worse hand than 7-5, but Diego quite wisely not showing his hand, picking up some nice little pots with aggressive play. Lorenzo folding Queen 10 early position. Not much else he can do with that. Mr. Pesci, short stack, Ace King suited, all his chips go in. He was the one who doubled up with the King 7 against Ace King earlier. There it goes. Fold, fold, fold. Do the blinds have any kind of hand to call with? Certainly not Nicholas. And how about his Slovakian friend David? Nope. So Ace King takes down a small pot of 750k. Well, not small compared to his stack, to be honest. Another good hand for Alex Pesci on seat 6 with the 9s. And again, just shoving 3 million, 10 big blinds. Can't really raise fold, so try and get maximum value from it. Just hope no one has a premium hand behind you. Only one player to get through now. Lorenzo Bosco, who is going nowhere with 4-2 suited. 2 hands in a row now for Alex. King 9 offsuit. Shoves all in on the small blind. Will Martin call with a pair? Going to be definite race if he does. 2.1 million. Wants to get a count. Lorenzo doesn't really want to call. Rather pick up the blind and ante with no risk. About half his stack. Definitely considering it. Heads up, pair's pretty strong. And again, it depends if you want a ladder or play to win. I love it. He's playing to win. Certainly shown that so far. Lorenzo now at risk with a king 9. So far, nearly every small stack has doubled up in these similar situations. Let's see what Lorenzo can do. Well, that's not a good flop for him. Set of 4s for Martin. Drawing pretty dead now, Lorenzo. Drawing to a runner straight. And that is one. Any 10? Any 10? The table getting excited. Only a 10. And that is not a 10. And we lose our 8th place finisher, Lorenzo Bosco. Played pretty well. And he will pick up 5,600 euros for 8th place. And we are down to 7 players. Check out our payout on the screen. David in seat 2 with an ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. Decent hand. Only 7 players, so the strength of these kind of hands starts to go up. Sometimes players know that, sometimes they don't. So it's perfectly reasonable raise with an ace-8 in late position. Alex folds jack 3. And also a fold. So it picks up the blinds. Pair of nines for Nicholas in seat 9. Very nice hand in late position with a short stack. Really takes quite a big hand to call. King Jack possibility for Diego, but decides to let it go. Diego testing the big blind out by raising with the 9-8 offsuit in the small blind. Blind on blind, you can lose a lot of chips. Diego still using aggression as his friend, and it's worked 9 times out of 10. Nicholas from Slovakia shoving with 4.3 million. It's a big shove. Alex though with a pair of nines. This is a tricky spot. 3 million, 10 big blinds, and he's got a largish pair. I think it goes in, and it certainly does. So we've got a nice match up here. We can't see Nicholas's hand, but it's the classic ace king. And now Ivan. He has ace queen. That is a very tough spot. He's got to work out. There's 2 players all in. One really could have the ace king, and in fact does have the ace king. But his thinking, I'm not saying that because I can see the hands, but his thinking is 2 players are all in. One has to have a pair, and one could have ace king, and they literally have that. And the right play here, regardless of whether we can see the hands or not, is a fold. No one likes to fold a hand like ace queen, but often people, inexperienced players, get very attached to hands like ace queen, and it is literally, historically, the hand that loses the most money in tournaments, and the reason is it just looks so strong, and people get it in and lose a lot of money with it. So we've got a classic race. We've got nines. We've got ace king. The nines at risk. Alex Pesci is all in for 3 million. There's 6.8 million in the pot. Nicholas needs to hit an ace or a king. Good flop for nines. Nicholas with a wry smile on his face. Still needs to hit an ace from space. Often hit the river, as I mentioned earlier. Usually means there won't be an ace on the river, by the way. But there's a king instead. I mean, if you know, you know. And we lose Italian Alex Pesci, who's played a tough game. Got lucky with his, very lucky actually, with his King 7 all in against the other Nicholas from Austria with Ace King. Doubled up there, so could have been out in 8th place, but is eliminated in 7th. Doesn't look too happy about it, but it's still a good payday. He's picked up €6,600 from a 200 buy-in. That's not bad. Sorry, 225. So it goes on, and we are down to 6 players, everyone. Break will be quite soon. We'll have our first proper break, maybe after this hand or the next, and it'll be a 20-minute break. Players can refuel, maybe talk to their friends who have been following this stream, and hear what rubbish I've been talking. And also read the rubbish you guys have been writing. I mean, let's be fair. Let's keep things even. On a serious note, I hope you're enjoying our coverage. And lots of discussion going on. I love it. Yeah. No argument. Tricks. I think there's always I try and give both sides of any hand because it's a learning thing as much as it's commentating on what you see. Nicholas now, for the first time in this final table, has a playable stack. He's been short stacked the whole way, and he's got Jack 8 suited in the big blind. And he calls. Now, of course, he's called Diego. That's been playing all sorts of hands. This time it's Jack 3 suited. They both hit a Jack. This is going to be a car crash for Diego. Doesn't usually bet a lot. When he bets. It tends to be 1 to 2 big blinds. He's got a Jack he's going to bet, and he's going to get snapped. Needs to hit his 3. Good card for Jack 8, still playing. This is nice. I think Nicholas is playing this very well. Getting Diego to do all the work. Diego will think he's ahead. This could be a very nice pot for Nicholas. There's 2 flush draws there, though. Does he want to raise to try and protect his top pair? Or is he worried about his kicker? I think he's measuring up a raise. No, it's not a strong bet. 800k into 2.8. Smallish bet relating to the pot. Does Nicholas think he's behind? I think he's measuring a raise. Looks like a big one. If it's those 2 piles, it's big. Or is he just organising his chips? Certainly thinking carefully about how he wants to play this hand. Won't be 100% sure where he is. But has to feel that his Jack 8 is winning. I'd be very surprised if he folds this. Too many people have folded to Diego the whole tournament, and he's just called. So just needs to avoid a 3, and that spade and straight may slow both players down. Now, if Nicholas checks, Diego may make a big play at this pot, but he might also be worried about the straight or the flush. It's unlikely. Runner, flush, runner, straight. And a check makes the most sense. And well done, Nicholas. He's now up to 10 million. He was sitting on between 4.5 and 10 big blinds most of the tournament. And we're going into a break, guys. We will see you in 20 minuti. And there is our leaderboard. And we see that Nicholas is now a chip leader. 10 million. That is amazing.
get my ass out the couch. She said, if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said, don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said, if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said, don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. to get my ass out the couch. She said, if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said, don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said, if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said, don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Welcome back, everyone, from our short break. Diego with a pretty suited ace-4 and an aggressive nature, raising. Very unlikely to get a call there. Let's have a look at the big blind's hand, and we'll not get a call there. There's a banner for our next event, a 200k guarantee for just 200 buy-in. That's Slovak Poker, running at the end of the month with the final on the 28th, I think it is. Diego with another, actually not with another playable hand, he's raised with all sorts of hands, but with a definite raising hand. Ace, queen offsuit, under the gun. Not going to be too worried about getting resistance. Only 6 players left, makes a hand like ace queen that much stronger. But this time, David with a pair of 7s. May decide to play back, especially as Diego has shown a lot of aggression. Looks like a shove. 4 million, only 10 big blinds. Martin with a decision, but folds, and I think we're going to get a call. So another big hand here. This is now our biggest pot of the final table. Oh, we've got the hands. Slovakia against Italy. Sounds like a good football match. Not. So 7s holding at the moment. Flop 2, 3, 6. Diamonds. Backdoor diamonds for Diego. Needs an ace or a queen to knock out 6th place finisher. That's a diamond. Good card for the ace queen. Any ace, any queen, any diamond. Well, Diego will double up. David, double up with the 7s. Sunglasses back on. Quite right. I'm not quite sure what Diego's moaning about. He's picked up so many pots with absolutely nothing. He finally has a good hand. He's up against another good hand, is technically behind, and loses the pot. So I think nothing to cry about there. And we move on with 6 players. Pair of 9s for our Slovakian Nicholas in seat 1. Was short stacked the whole way. Now able to have a playable stack. Just raises. Blinds 200, 400. Raises to 900. Just over the 2x. But he's run into a big hand. Kings now. How's Martin going to play this in the small blind? Certainly going to raise, but question of how much he raises and whether he actually wants the action. or not. Doesn't really want to call from kind of ace 10, ace jack, and then an ace comes on the flop. You don't know where you are. So I'll certainly be re-raising. Looks like a shove. It is indeed 6.6 million. Tough spot now for Slovakia Nicholas. Nicholas the first in seat 1. Got a good pair, but he's been shoved on by a relatively solid player. I think I recognise that. Makes those nines look a lot smaller than when he raised. But goes with it. Does not want to see an overpair and actually gets to see one. So all that good work by Nicholas may be at Vane with the now biggest pot in the... So we've got kings against nines, 14 million pot, no help for the 9. And Martin started this table as chip leader, went down, just never... Oh, we've got a straight draw now, any 8, any 9 for Nicholas. But not a 6. So a big double up there for Martin, now chip leader with 14 million. And Nicholas, who was chip leader, down to 3.4 million. I think it was a rash call with the 9s. I'm not sure it's ICM-wise, it's not the best call in terms of he's now under pressure again and has to fight his way back and was in very good shape to be in the top 3 of this tournament. So kind of difference of about 15,000 euros. You do need to start looking at the payouts and the positions and the relative chip stacks when you make these decisions. He made it a little bit quickly, something I certainly am guilty of sometimes. And there we see Martin is now 6.6 million. He is the big gain of the day, as is David. And then small gain for Nicholas, but both Nicholases and Diego and Ivan is very much our short stack at risk player now. These blind levels are fairly punishing on the short to medium stacks. Got 2.9 million, but the blind is 200, 400. And so you're having to make shoves with 9, 10 offsuit. Can he get it through? Needs someone to not wake up with a big hand, basically. If they do wake up with a hand, he is going to be a long way behind. So far, so good. Does Ivan want to get it in with a pair of 2s? He may do. It's a pair. And he gets it in. And he's surprised to see 9-10. I think all the players are surprised to see 9-10, including the player who put it in. Maybe he thought he was looking at 10s. I don't know. It was a nice move. Will it pay off? 4, 5, 6. Pretty good flop for a 2. He's got a straight draw as well and no overcards. Doesn't want to see the board pairing here. And so far avoiding the 10 or a 9. That's all he needs to avoid to stay in the game. And there's the 9 on the river. So Nicholas Kovac makes a move and gets paid, and we lose our 6th place finisher. You can see the payout structure there, 7,800 for Ivan, who didn't play that many hands and kind of got blinded out a bit. And blinds are punishing now, but there are only 5 players left. 35 million up top, 9 million or so for 5th place.
aveva detto Paolo che facevo quinto, mi ho sbagliato Paolo.
Good a hand as any for our short stack. Ace Jack will be shoving his 9 big blinds. Well, nearer 8 big blinds. 8.5. Let's not argue. Yeah, 8-7 is not a hand to make a stand with. Ace-9 now under the gun. I do expect that if we get down to the last 3 or 4, I do expect a deal to be discussed because there's not huge payouts, not a huge difference. So it does make sense to look at making a deal around the 3 or 4 mark, because then everyone will get 15k plus, 20k plus if it's 3 of them, 15k plus if there's 4. These are often mainly poker tourists, as I call them, or players that play poker for fun, for leisure, for activity. It's not their working lives. Most of them have jobs that come and play these kind of level tournaments at Banco. That's why we often get very different final tables and different countries represented. It's a great weekend away from the stresses of work and life at home, and a great payout if you make the last few of any tournament. So King Jack offsuit under the gun. Martin raising. Nicholas under pressure again with a short stack. This time David has ace-8 on the big blind. They certainly want to have a look. It's only a min raise, so he hasn't been re-raising much with bigger hands, so don't expect him here. And he does indeed call. Ace-8 against King Jack, fairly even. Not now. King ahead, and a flush draw for both players. Ace of diamonds would be a bad card for Diego. Small bet by Martin. A C bet from the original raiser. He's hit top pair. He's also got a big flush draw. And now David's hit his 8. Not a good card for him. He's got the flush draw, he's got the pair, and the overcard ace. Although he's checking, he may well feel like calling Martin's bet. $850k, relative small bet, 2 big blinds. Punishing blinds at this point in a final table. It shouldn't be a long tournament. I envisage we will be finished before midnight. But what it is a good bet is it will keep David in. So it's working from that point of view very well. Martin well ahead at the moment. Very hard for him to lose. And that diamond gives him the jack high flush, but also gives David a flush draw to the 8. Or with the 8. Tricky spot though. Martin may not want to bet this. May just want to check this. He's losing to one card, the ace of diamonds. And he's pretty sure David will have an ace. So not sure it is a good value bet. But he's looking like he doesn't want to listen to me, and that's absolutely fine. Each to his own, as I say. So he is making that value bet. Feels his jack of diamonds is winning. Is David going to interpret this as a bluff? He said his flush. If he called the turn, why would he not call the river? 1.4 million is a very well-sized bet into 5 million. Good play throughout this hand by Martin. He'll probably be the chip leader if they do end up doing a deal with 3 or 4, the way he's playing. A lot of Austrian support in the chat of our stream. Only problem is they're writing in Austrian or German, and so I can't understand it. Tricky spot for David. He's hit his flush. Could go either way, this one. No, it looks like he's decided he can't be ahead. Yeah, that's a good fold. And he was in a very tough spot. Good play by Martin, and in the end, a good fold by David. But a nice 6 million pot going Martin's way, and he is extending his lead. Diego certainly raising earlier with the Jack 10 offsuit, that kind of hand. But now just tightening up a bit, maybe looking at the pay jumps and the chip stacks of his opposition. Doesn't want to get too involved when he can get shoved on by exactly this kind of hand, ace 4 suited. Yep, Nicola's shoving with it. Just needs to avoid a big hand from the big blind. And it is not a big hand, so he should get this through. A7 offsuit for Nicholas the Ninth, our Austrian player, decides to fold. Other Nicholas with a raising hand, Jack 10. David with an ace on the button. He's got 6.6 million. A good 16 big blinds, relatively healthy compared to a couple of the others because of the quite punishing blinds at the moment. I think he's, yep, it's a min raise to 800, might be 900, but yep, 800. And both blinds should fold unless Diego wants to play some more games, which of course is his right. Jack 5 suited. He does. I love this. He's raising with Jack 5 suited against David with the ace 7. Wow. He's an enigma, shall we say. He's had a really varied style of play. Slow plays big hands, fast plays small hands, and there's no real logic to it. And that's very tricky to play against. I really much prefer playing against a kind of good player in inverted commas where you tend to know what they're up to. This kind of player is a nightmare to play against because you just don't know where you are. And I think David is in the same position. And he makes the call, gets the nice hand. Diego all in with Jack 5 suited. He's made a move. Didn't expect the call. And he's hit his 5. A7 now behind. Diego, can he double up? And can we get down to 4 players? This could be 2 5s and we are down to 4 players. And very unlucky, David. Calls with the best hand. Sorry, we're not. He still has some chips behind. But a big double up for Diego. Oh, hello. Not sure we needed that. So now he's smiling and looking very clever because he hit his Jack 5, but he has run pretty well this tournament with an interesting style. I'm actually going to be playing a PLO weekend in Italy at the end of the month, and then a mixed game madness in Lake Como. So the PLO is south of Milan, celebrity poker. And I hope I meet him there. That would be fantastic. He's be a fascinating player to play against. Great weekend. Quite a few of the Italian players were at the festival in Malta and will be in Bratislava at the last 2 weeks, the third week of November for the 500k guaranteed main event and the many, many Omaha and mixed events that are played. What a great week that is. Friends from all around the world come. Estonia, all the Slavic countries, all the Scandinavian countries, Italy, UK. A lot of friends come together and have a great social and poker week. So, still 5 players on this final table. I am expecting someone to be out fairly soon. The blinds make it very hard to play an even medium stack. Martin on the button, has chips, and will utilize them. Big blind now. With very... with an ace, okay. I think that's an all-in, immediate all-in and fold. So picks up a nice pot there. No mucking about by Martin. I like that. You make a raise with a weak hand, you get re-raised and just don't waste anyone's time. That's the kind of player should be praised, because the other type is the type that does lots of Hollywood when they've got a queen 3 in front of them and never going to call. So good play, sir. I don't think one of the shorter stacks will be able to survive too much longer. It just takes a couple of reasonable hands. I mean, David only has 4 big blinds, and he's going to be on the big blind next hand, which means half his stack goes in. He's in a really difficult spot. Yeah. That was chop, chop, all in. Usually indicates he hasn't got a very strong hand, and of course he hasn't. Doesn't mean he gets called. Takes a big hand to call. It won't be 6-2. Let's see what... it will be King Queen though. Nicholas will definitely call with King Queen. And does. And yeah, he's happy. He's as happy as he can be. He's live with an 8-7. But we could lose our 5th place finisher here. Doesn't need to hit a king or a queen. He's ahead anyway. But a 7 or an 8 only to stay in this tournament. And that is not good enough. So we lose our other Slovakian, and Nicholas doesn't double up, but gets a big pot. And we are down to 4 players. 9,300 for David. It's a good return from 225. Very nice. 40 times the buy-in is always a good result, even though he finished 5th. There are 4 left. I think they're asking the tournament director to have a discussion on to do with doing a deal. Pretty sure that's happening. Not a bad time to do a deal for all 4 of them. 37 big blinds down to 14. Anything can happen. 1 double up from the shorter stacks. They're the chip leader. So I think we're going to have a break in a minute for a deal to be discussed. Probably about 10 minutes. And we will see you very soon. Yeah, because the TD is doing a chip count. So that is always the sign.
get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Adesso andiamo per i 7000.
Welcome back, everyone. I can tell you that a deal has been made, four-handed. They do have to keep 10% of the total prize pool back, which is around, I think, 7,800. And so a remainder has been split according to ICM. Martin, the chip leader, will take a minimum of 20,400. Diego, second in chips, will take 18,350. And the two Nicholases will take 16,350 and 15,500. They're guaranteed this, but they are still playing for another 7,800, just to be clear. And I thought this would happen three or four-handed because of the fairly small pay jumps, really. With a lot more in the prize pool, the pay jumps obviously are a lot higher. So now we're all guaranteed 15k plus, allows slightly more freedom to play, and I'm expecting us to get to heads up fairly soon. Diego raising with a 6-7 suited, but Nicholas going nowhere with ace jack and shoves all in. Martin picks up a suited ace, four-handed, strong hand. But doesn't need to get involved. An immediate fold from Diego. Well played, Nicholas.
How much do we get? 16? 16? And you can win plus 8 more. sa mu pecom povidelo. Vybavené. Ja sa budem kúkať. Idem zajtra nemôžem, od útorka môžem. Zajtra nemôžem.
Very pretty pair of nines, four-handed for Nicholas under the gun. Raises to $1 million, 2.5 times the big blind. And other Nicholas in a tricky spot. King Jack suited. It's a good hand. Goes all in. I think he's called. So I think we have two all ins. Nines against King Jack. Good flop for nines. Still holding. Only a king or a jack. And we lose Austrian Nicholas in seat 9 in 4th place. But he's already guaranteed 15k from his exploits today. So well played, sir. We are down to 3 players. And our short stack's been up and down like whatever goes up and down. And now is in a very strong position to challenge for this match. Nice raise here by Martin with the small pair of 4s. Diego folding, but great timing. Nicholas, who has been on the up since being the short stack, about 5 short stack for more than half of this tournament, and he's done really well to come back. And he's got queens this time. We're certainly going to see a 3-bet. Let's see how much he does. A nice measured amount. Now the pressure on Martin with a pair of 4s. It's only 3-handed. Any pair is pretty strong 3-handed, and I'm sure he will know that. If he does go all in, he's in trouble. I think he has. All in and a call. This is a big, big pot. 28 million pot. And Martin, what a great position he's in. Nicholas, I mean, what a great position. Oh, 3 4s. Oh, wry smile by Nicholas. He's feeling pretty good. He's hit his queen. What a turn. A flop and a turn. The nuts in effect for Martin, and then the nuts for Nicholas. What a hand. 28 million pot, and Nicholas with the best hand pre-flop, to be fair, doubles up to 29 million. And Martin, I think he's eliminated. They had very similar stacks. So we are now heads up and not the people we thought. I think we thought Diego would get there, but we also thought Martin would get there, or at least I did. Nicholas has come back twice from a very short stack and really, really played well. Both guaranteed amounts. Martin guaranteed over 20,000 because he was chip leader when they did the ICM deal. But now Diego up against Nicholas. I think there will be a short, maybe 10-minute break before we actually get heads up. And we've got a significant chip leader now. So we will see you in 10 minutes' time. They are playing for 7,800. Diego has 18,000 in the bank already. Nicholas, 16,000. And 10-minute short break. See you soon, guys.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gonna get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. get your ass out the house. She said, don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Welcome back from our short break. You can see something like a 4-1 lead, 3.5, 4-1 lead with Nicholas in seat 1, our Slovakian, against Italian Diego Testa. Diego, the more aggressive player throughout, Nicholas, short stack throughout, and these two have made the final two. They've already made a deal. They have 15k and 18k locked up, and they are playing for the final 7,800. Heads up, always interesting. Various strategies, ways of playing it. Let's see how these two, whether they change from the way they've played so far. Different game, really, heads up. I've got too many second places in big tournaments to claim too much expertise in this area. I have a friend of mine from Sweden, Noelia, an expert heads-up player. When she actually plays heads-up tournaments, like there is at the festival coming up at the end of November, she is very, very scary. Not someone you want to draw in the heads-up early rounds. So we have 2 to the flop. I haven't seen their hands yet. Maybe more information coming in, but it's a check bet. Diego with the Queen Jack. He's hit second player in the up and down. Pretty strong hand, heads up, and he is raising. And an immediate fold by Nicholas, so didn't need a lot to raise there. And a great flop, really, for Queen Jack. Nicholas raising with a king 2 suited on the button. And Diego, with his wide range of hands, is calling with the jack 4 and hits his 4. Only one spade for the king 2. Diego, 2 out of 2 heads up so far. So the button is the small blind when your heads up, does reverse. Diego will raise most of his buttons. That is his nature. Nicholas with a very playable hand, heads up, pretty strong. Does he want to just flat call or does he want to re-raise? I think he's made the re-raise. Good pressure. In fact, it's all in and a fold. So he's using his stack, very effective play, going heads up. Sorry, going all in when heads up makes it very, very difficult for your opposition to call. What kind of hand do you want? Heads up, etc. Next hand. Pair of sixes. Raises on the button to 1.2 million. 3x. Jack 7 doesn't want to fold. He's got one big blind in. It's costing him 2 to call. He's the chip leader. Easy to get away from it if he feels it's not a good flop. Certainly not a good flop for sixes. Does have the flush draw. Well, whether he bets this or not, no, he doesn't. So if Nicholas can make any kind of bet, he could get this through. Under pair, very hard to call on that board. In fact, bets a million, and I think Diego calls. So he calls with the underpair. Now the underpair is no good. In fact, it's a split pot, 8s and 9s with a king kicker. So this is interesting. They're both equal on the pot. See what happens. The more aggressive player could win this. $4.8 million in the pot. And Nicholas is betting. And takes it down from a split pot. Very nice play from our chip leader. He's not been in a position to use the stack at any point until the last hour in this tournament. So he's showing his value, knows how to play a big stack, and has played his small stack very well to get to this point. Diego, the most aggressive player on the table, has ride his luck throughout the tournament. So both deserving winners of this tournament. One of them only will win, and I do expect that to be within the next hour. Interesting looking board. 2, 3, 4, 5. Any ace should be winning. Someone could have a rogue 6. As it is, the king of Diego is going to win unless Nicholas makes some kind of play at this. Probably the only way he can win it, to be fair. He is making it. Not quite sure what's happened here. Should be the pot to Diego, and was. Yep. Nice hand. Nice raising hand on the button. King, queen offsuit. Nicholas with an even better hand. Ace, jack in the big blind. This could be an action hand. I think we will see a re-raise here. We'll see how Diego responds to that. Wow. Okay, all in and a call. Sorry, a 3-bet, but all in from Diego. Ace jack against king queen. Are we going to see Nicholas take this down, or will we see a double up from Diego and the heads up continues? Good flop for the ace jack. Nicholas looking calm as he has done throughout this tournament. Very good card for the ace jack. Oh, that's not a good sign. You don't want to shake the hand before the final card. The poker gods have spoken. And Diego doubles up. It's just one of those things. You take your coat, you stand up, you give your player a handshake, and of course you hit the river. I love that in poker. One of the great things. Excellent. So now the heads up. Nicholas calling with 6-2 suited. Same suit for Diego. King 4 exercises a check, and there's a heart, but only one. Neither players hit. Nicholas the first to act. It's Nicholas hitting his 2 and gives a gut shot draw to Diego. Again, neither players hit, but Diego is playing. I think he's playing his king, and Nicholas does have a pair here. He's trying to work out what is Diego betting with here. This is a difficult spot. 2 million. Wants to know how much is in the pot. Spread the pot. Dealer's not allowed to tell him the amount. You are in Omaha, but not in Hold'em. But he can spread the pot. So, yep, nice call here with the 2. Lovely call. Diego will not be happy about this. Fighting hard, but Nicholas is playing this heads up very, very well. Ace-8, 3-bet to 3.3 million, putting pressure on Diego. Doesn't stop him calling with the King-2 suited. Either having to work his way through all the chips. Any good flop? It's a top pair for Diego. And nothing for Nicholas. And Diego should be taking this pot and moving into the chip lead one way or other. Unless it's badly played. Nicholas, though, betting out with his Ace-8. And a well-timed raise there with the top pair takes it down. Good raise there with the Ace-8 suited. But now Diego with a strong lead in this heads-up tournament. 7,800 extra for the winner. Lovely flop there for Nicholas. Top set. Trying to catch up on our chip leader, Diego. I would think this could finish. This could be a midnight finish. How about that? So it's now it's 11:52 already. Going to be tight. We just need a clash of big hands for there to be a winner, and I don't think this one is it. Blinds 250, 500. Diego with 44 big blinds. Nicholas with 32. So they both have playable stacks. This could go either way. No guarantee that just because he has the chip lead. Queen 8 offsuit in the small blind or the button. Makes the inevitable raise. Very few players play heads up and just call. Always seems to be some kind of raise. And Ace Jack will certainly re-raise. Looks like a strong one. It certainly is. So 1 million raise on the button by Nicholas. Diego playing back at him, but with a good hand. And Queen 8 will be released. Nice hand.
No! Questa è sfiga, questa è sfiga. Dai, questa è sfiga. È la prima mano che folda, non ha mai foldato una mano, è la prima.
Lots of chat with the Italian supporters at this Italian tournament. Now Diego taking a big chip lead heads up. We could see the end very soon if two big hands clash. One of the banners are over 100,000 in jackpots on the fruit machines here at Banco. It's not just poker. There's a lot of casino games throughout the casino. Open 24 hours, of course. Great place to come for breakfast. Open sandwiches and good coffee. 8-5 suited, raising on the button. 6-3 for Nicholas. Does he want to see a flop, or will he let this go? He will let this go. Seven three suited on the button. Raises, and Diego folds his 9-4. This could be a clash. Ace-8 on the button raising, but King-Jack, strong hand, heads up. He has 12 million. Diego had 23 million. Could even see an all-in and a call here. Wow, that was quicker than I said it. So it was an all-in and a call. Diego shows his ace. Any ace heads up pretty damn strong. And the player at risk is Nikolai with the King-Jack offsuit. Sorry, Nicholas. Again, looking very calm. There's an ace from space. Not a good flop for Nicholas unless a 10 comes. And Diego, the more aggressive player on the table throughout this tournament, should take this down. Only a 10. Otherwise, we will crown our winner, Diego Testa from Italy. And there we go. Ho vinco. I have won. Very good. And well deserved. A very tough player to play against. Very hard to work out his holding. And he takes another 7,800 on top of the 18,000 he agreed on the deal. So he takes something like 26,000. He's getting all the chips over. Excellent. Well, it's been a pleasure to be with you all tonight. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here at Banco Casino through Spade Poker TV. Yeah, some people said the stream it froze for about 30 seconds, and it's all over, guys. So have a lovely week, and we will see you in a couple of weeks' time.